right. Hello, and welcome to some Monday live sprints for the Back to Kindle Readathon. Super excited to be hosting my first round of sprints for this readathon so far this month, and I'm hoping that it's just a fun time of reading and being productive for the next couple of hours. Stasia will hopefully be on if she gets back from her appointment time, but for right now, it's just going to be me. We're going to go ahead and be hanging out and starting our first sprint in just a few minutes. I will share very quickly that we are live for sprints if anybody else wants to join in. But feel free to let me know what you are reading or what you're going to be doing during sprints today. I'm going to be focusing on 2 different books, one for the readathon, one not. First, I am going to be reading The Things We Do to Our Friends. This is for the island that we're at right now, Chaos Cove. It is secrets, dark academia vibes, and I think I can count it for one of the onboard activity prompts as well, but I haven't actually looked at that yet, so I need to see. But this is one of my priorities, but then my other priority is going to be a physical read because I'm trying to prepare for the romance book convention I'm going to in August. So I'm also going to be reading Playing Hard to Hate by Taylor Jade. This is a baseball romance. I'm about halfway through it now. The goal is to get to 75% today. So I need to read about 100 more pages of it, and hopefully I can wrap it up tomorrow. So I will probably be going back and forth during sprints between both of these books, but it'll be a fun time. I do want to prioritize my Kindle book, at least for live sprints, but I have been really enjoying the romance, so I might be picking it up a little bit more, but we'll see kind of what I end up feeling like doing. But feel free to comment down below and let me know what you're going to be reading. I'll go ahead and share my screen. We can roll for some dice sprints, unless the dice give us bad numbers, and then we'll just ignore them and do 45-minute sprints. But real quick, Sabrina asks, do we have to do an off-island prompt, or can we chill and sleep on the boat to the next one, asking for a friend? The goal is to complete a prompt at every island, but because like it's not points related, no one's going to stop you either way. It's not a competition or anything, but the goal was to complete at least one prompt on every island. Again, though, we're not gonna be like looking very closely at it, so if you want to chill during this one, I say go for it. Hello, Amy. I am reading Divorce Towers for Chaos Cove. I may also read a bit of The Count of Monte Cristo, but I may wait until later for that one. Both are on my Kindle. Very nice. I hope you're enjoying it. I have been like not paying attention to the islands dropping, so I picked my book out this morning or last night. I think it was this morning that I picked my book out for Chaos Cove because I just like had not reminded myself what the prompts were. So I do think though that I'm not going to be on as much of a time crunch for this one because I am already 30% of the way through it after listening to the audio for a while this morning while I did some meal prepping. So hopefully I'm not as like stressed for time on Chaos Cove while we're here, but ideally I could read like more than one book for an island, but I just don't know if that's actually going to happen with just where my priorities are lying. So, but it's fine. Hello. I have a physical book to get through as well that I might alternate with 2. It's called 14 Hours. I am working on naturals on my Kindle. Very nice. I'll definitely be swapping back and forth with you, so I feel that. Perfect. I'm going to try to finish my read before I leave the island, but I'm not sure. All good. You know, like if it was more like a competition based, it may matter, but this is just for funsies. So I don't even know if I've like really looked at if people are submitting for each island. So I say like you do whatever you need to do and like it'll all be good. So let's go ahead, y'all, for really quickly and roll for our first sprint, which will start at 10 past. I'm hoping that we can get a longer one to start and all of them can be longer. All right, 45 minutes. I will take that gladly, which is great because I already have our countdown timer set up for 45 minutes. So we'll go ahead and get started with our first sprint in 3 minutes. Stasia may or may not be on. I mentioned at the very beginning of these sprints. Hopefully she will be, but if not, it's going to be great regardless, and hopefully we'll get to see her again soon. I do think our goal for this month is to go live for the last 2 Mondays of the month as well. I think there's 2 more Mondays left in June. So the goal is to do at least live sprints on Mondays for the rest of the month, just for the readathon. And then I may go live during the week again or on the weekend at some point. We're going to be busy the last weekend of June, but I could go live this weekend maybe, or just like during the week. I'm just going to be home most of this week anyway because puppy's getting surgery done, so I'll just be hanging out with her. So I may go live, so keep an eye out for that. I don't have anything quite scheduled yet, but I do think that we can hesitantly put down Mondays for the rest of June into our like back to Kindle live sprint calendar for anybody who is interested. I will say the bots that we've added into the back to Kindle server with the reading sprint bot has honestly been super fun. I feel like that's changed my motivation for reading because a lot of times like I'm just really bad with Discord, but I feel like with the bot I'm more motivated to like update and like see the leaderboard and have it keep track of my page count for me. So I have been very much enjoying that and just doing Discord sprints with y'all. So we'll of course be doing that all week too, but otherwise, mark calendars for Monday the 22nd and whatever the last Monday of June is, because it'll be a fun time. Just as an update also for Back to Kindle, we have 2 more islands left after Chaos Cove. The last 2 days of the month will just be like wrapping up any onboard activities that you want to finish, whether it's for your first time doing them or like you've already done them multiple times. But we have 2 more islands to get to. One is Cupid's Bay, and then the other one is Imagination Island. So I'll let y'all use your imaginations to figure out what genres like those might lean toward. But I am very excited. I've liked the more adrenaline-based ones, but I've kind of been really enjoying romance recently, so I'm hoping that Cupid's Bay brings along a good chance to focus on like that genre for at least a couple of days. But we will see. I was telling Stasia and y'all on Saturday when we were live that I do not know what the prompts are. Like I have forgotten. I don't even know what the onboard prompts are. So every time I have to pick out a book, I like go back onto the Discord to reread what each onboard activity prompt is because there's just so many that I just have not been able to remember them. But it is fine. We are going to go ahead, y'all, and start our first sprint in less than a minute. I've got a countdown timer going with a fun little coastal background. So we'll go ahead and use that. But for right now, we're going to go ahead and jump into our first one for 45 minutes. Happy reading, happy sprinting, and we will talk very soon. All right, everybody. That was the end of our first sprint. Feel free to let me know how y'all did or what you did during that one. I am looking at the mess that's on the shelf behind me. I got to 47% in the things we do to our friends. And I also scheduled an Instagram post and worked on a beta read that I'm doing for another indie author who's publishing in the fall. So I need to read one more chapter from her story today, so I'll do that during the next sprint. But since I'm already at the almost halfway mark and I started this book at like 8:30, which is crazy, I'm going to go ahead and swap to my physical read for the next sprint. The goal is to read another 100 pages of it today. It's been a super quick read when I do pick it up. I've just been trying to focus more on my like Kindle books, of course, but I am itching to wrap this one up because if I end up enjoying it, which I am so far, I'm going to pre-order a bunch of her other stuff. So that definitely is a priority for me right now. And then I'm going to go ahead and swap during our next sprint. But before I go through y'all's comments, letting me know how you did, I'm going to go ahead first and we'll roll for our next sprint. So let me add myself back to the stage. We will roll and got a 6, so a little bit of a shorter sprint this time, but that's okay. Let me change our clock, and then we'll go ahead and chat for a few minutes before we do our next sprint. So we'll probably go ahead and take a break for the next 8 minutes or so. We'll probably start at like 5 past. Yeah, and we'll go from there. Let's see how y'all did though. Amy, I got to chapter 5 in Divorce Towers. Very nice. Love the progress. I didn't read. I'm hoping to during the next sprint. Someone did a Zelle transfer for coffee to my bank account. I don't know them, so I'm trying to see if the bank can cancel it. I'm sure it was an accident. Hopefully you were able to figure that out. That's always so stressful when there's stuff like transfers and stuff that you're not sure about. We have them, like we've had them in the past, and I definitely get how stressful it is. So hopefully it goes away and you can focus on reading during the next one. Catherine, 95% into If This Gets Out, just planning on finishing it. Love that you're so close to the end. Kimberly finished my school reading to get that out of the way and then worked on 13 hours. My goal is to get an hour read today. Love that. What genre is 13 hours? I'm very curious. Thriller or something else? For some reason, that's where my brain went first, but let me know if I'm very, very wrong about that. I don't think you mentioned it earlier. Yeah, so let me know what genre that is because it may be something that I'm interested in. I was gonna say something as well, but I forgot. I don't know what I was gonna say, but I think during this next sprint, I may also run down really fast and make a salad for lunch. I've been really into salads recently, which is great, I guess. Like, there's worse things that I could eat. So I'm gonna make a salad really quick. The laundry also just beeped a second ago, so I can go swap that into the dryer during this next sprint before I get into my physical read. I am trying to do a thing, and I've mentioned it in like some of my videos recently, where I read from the authors who are going to be at the event versus like going there not having prepared in any way whatsoever and just like buying a bunch of things that I see. So I'm trying to like buy their books and read them beforehand, like at least one from the authors that their books sound interesting to me so I can go in and like actually talk to them about their books and then like buy books from the authors that I've read from before. So this is a part of my challenge before that book convention starts, about like a month and a half until it happens. So I'm trying to get through a few more books because I have 3 more authors that I want to pre-order for, I think. I'm just trying to like confirm that I'll like enjoy potentially like what they write. So Taylor Jade is my current read for that, and so far it's been really good. Sometimes romances that are over like 300 pages are like just kind of a turnoff for me personally, but this one is definitely holding my attention, which is great. 13 Hours is a nonfiction book about the attack on Benghazi. Ah, gotcha. I was very, very much off then, but I hope you're having an interesting time reading it. Um, I think I'll be able to finish my Kindle book today in a surprising turn of events. The audiobook for it was like almost 12 hours long, and I've only been listening to it at like two times speed, but I feel like it's just been a very quick book that I've been able to get through so far, which is great. I might actually be able to read a second book for Chaos Cove, which would be really nice, but we'll see. I also need to look and see if I can fit it onto the on deck activities. Let me know, y'all, if y'all are here for Back to Kindle, the progress that you've made so far, what prompts you're aiming for still, etc., etc. I think the only on deck prompt that I'm going to struggle to complete is the multimedia one, which is for entertainment and shows. Only one book that I had on my TBR for the month has mixed media in it, and it's like a 600-page romance, which I just said I don't love those a lot of times, but it's Lucy's score, so in this case, like I have a good feeling about it. But that's the only book that I found from my TBR so far that has like text messages in it, so I'm counting it. I don't know if it's like scattered throughout the book or just in the one chapter that I happen to like peek at, but I'm gonna take it as working for that prompt. Otherwise, though, all my other on deck prompts I have finished. I'm only doing one book for one on deck prompt at a time. I think we made the rule so that you could do up to two on deck prompts at once, or do one island and then one on deck if you were doubling up on your books. But I'm just trying to do one book per on board prompt or on deck prompt. That way, I don't know, I'm just challenging myself a little bit. I am trying to knock out a bunch of these older Kindle books, and so that's what I've been doing. And then once I finish mistakes were made, ideally for entertainment and shows, I'll like go back and start doing the onboard activities again, see how many dinners I can go to and how many water activities I can do and all that stuff. But the fact that we're already halfway through June is kind of insane, but it is what it is. The month is just going by way too fast. Hello, hello, popping in to hug the like button. Thank you, appreciate you. Hi, Glenda, welcome in. Let us know what you're going to be reading if you're here to do so. We'll start our next sprint in just 2 minutes. I'll be in and out a little bit more, grabbing lunch and things like that. The pup, she's asleep, not right next to me for like the first time ever, which is progress. I feel like she's very much a lap dog, but she's like at least 3 feet away, so I'm taking that as a win. There's a blanket on the ground, though this is probably why she slept there, but very cozy and warm. But I'm gonna go make some lunch because it's already 1 o'clock here, and then we'll probably go ahead and sprint for the next, I don't know, 3 hours or so. We'll probably be around here until like 4:30 Central Time-ish, so for like the next 3.5 hours or so, depending on where the dice land. But I will need to start prepping dinner around 4 o'clock. So if we're still doing sprints by then, my time, I'll just take y'all downstairs, and we're doing baked potatoes tonight. So I need to get those like ready to go into the oven because they take like an hour just to bake. So easy dinner, super good and super easy dinner, but it just takes a while in the oven. So I'll just bring y'all downstairs with me later on today. But with that being said, it is time to go ahead and jump into our next reading sprint. Again, this one 30 minutes, a bit of a shorter one. Hopefully we'll get another longer one after this, but I will go ahead and put our timer up again. Happy reading, happy sprinting, happy productivity if you're working on stuff like some of us are. And yeah, we'll chat in 30 minutes. All right, everybody, that is another sprint done. Let me know what y'all did, how y'all did. I actually did not end up having time to read in that sprint, but I did make lunch. I had cranberry and goat cheese salad with some like plain chicken, and then yeah, I ate that, brought it up here, ate it, and then just the dog woke up from her nap, and so she's been crazy and I've been talking to her. So no reading in that one, but I will be reading the next one since I am done for right now with like needing to go do stuff downstairs. So I will officially be picking up Playing Hard to Hate again during the next sprint. Let me go ahead and roll first for what we're going to be reading next. I do not believe in sprints that are 20 minutes or less. So we're going to hope that we get a good number, or else I will be re-rolling. Another 30 minutes, not ideal, but it is what it is. So we'll go ahead and read for another 30 minutes here, starting in about 4 minutes or so, maybe. I guess it's probably when we do our next sprint. I am not sure on what Stage's update is, but hopefully she'll be able to come hop in relatively soon. Looks like she's maybe on her way home. Trying to figure out. No, she's definitely still at her appointment. So not sure she'll be able to join in time, but hello. Okay, bye-bye. But if not, all good. I'll just keep a posted on how long we are going to be sprinting for. But we'll probably go ahead and do like 3-ish more maybe after, or maybe 2 more after this upcoming one. We'll see how the dice shake out, but the goal is to like wrap things up by like 4:30 Central Time. So for at least, math is hard, 3 more hours, I think, ish. 1:30 to 2:30. Yes. Okay. I think 3 more hours. For some reason, like I'm looking at the clock right here and it's not computing with me, but so we've got some time, of course, to read and get into our books, or to maybe finish up some books. Ellie is officially here. Hello, welcome. It's a very good salad. I have been eating it for lunch every day for the last week, and I've been enjoying it. Got to page 47 in Divorce Towers. Very nice. Joined in with 2 minutes left. I'm going to have a shower, then I'll be reading The Coppersmith Farmhouse. Very fun. Got more 13 hours done. Going to switch to my Kindle book for Chaos Cove for the next sprint and eat lunch myself. Very nice. We love all of the productivity, all the lunchtime meals, and all the reading too. I might switch to my comfy chair. I've got it pulled over right by my desk for just how much sprints we've been doing recently and just how much more comfortable it is than my desk chair. So I might adjust y'all momentarily so I can get cozy while we do our next sprint. But hopefully after this 30-minute one, we can get 1 or 2 longer sprints in for this session, because that's where I thrive. But we'll see what the dice say, and it is what it is. But we'll go ahead and dive into our next one in just a minute, I guess. Not as long of a break this time, but I think it works out okay. And yeah, and then we'll see kind of what the timing is looking like afterward, and if Stasia will be home in time to join us for 1 or 2 before I wrap up for the day. Yeah, we're on day, what, 2 or 3? 3? 2 of Chaos Cove. So I might be able to finish my first book for that island today. We'll see, but we love all the chaos and all the... Are you okay? Sorry, my puppy is like frozen on the floor, just like staring at me. Yeah, love all the adrenaline like based prompts, like fast-paced books, thriller-esque books. Like you don't have to read like that genre for these like last 2 islands, but they do fit very well typically, so I'm enjoying that. But I was saying earlier that we're going to Cupid's Bay next, which hopefully means some like good romance coded books, so looking forward to that as well. Yes, Ellie, you were here just in time. We've only done 2 sprints, I think, so far, so we'll definitely be here for several more before I wrap up for the day. But with that being said, we'll go ahead and jump into our next one. Timer will be up in a second. We'll read for 30 minutes, and then we'll chat afterward. Alrighty, everybody. That is another sprint done. Let me know how y'all did or what you did during that sprint if you're being productive in some capacity. I got to page 230 of Playing Hard to Hate, so I read about 30 pages, which is awesome. I just need to read about 80 more pages today would be my goal. So I have so I can finish it up tomorrow. My goal is to get to 75% of the book today and then finish it tomorrow morning, hopefully. Or maybe I'll finish it today, who knows, but that is what I have on my to-do list. So that's what I'm going to be aiming for. But so far, I'm loving it and cannot wait to finish it up. Let me know how y'all did. Let me go ahead first before I go through those comments and roll the dice for our next sprint. Hopefully it is a longer one. Let's look though and see. I'm scared. Okay, that does not exist in my dice sprints. 40 minutes though, we will take it. Let me go ahead and fix our timer. And we'll go ahead and get started in about probably 8 minutes or so. We'll take a little bit of a longer break for this one. Stasia unfortunately got called into work, which sucks for everybody, mostly me and her. So she will not be able to get on sprints anymore, but she did text me and say next Monday she'll be able to do sprints for. So keep an eye out for one of us. We'll let y'all know in the Back to Kindle server which one of us is going to be hosting the sprints, but that will be happening next Monday for sure. She's supposed to have Mondays off. Typically she works 10-hour shifts Tuesday through Friday, but once in a blue moon they will call her in on her only day off, and I think she has to say yes, unfortunately. So yeah, I feel bad, and I'm sure she's not happy about it. But hopefully next Monday, she'll be off the whole day. I think she's only been called in like 3 times since she started working there on her off days. So thankfully, she does get most of her Mondays off, but still, hate that for her, and we'll miss her, of course. But y'all will get to see us, one of us hosting sprints next week, and we'll both be on together. So it'll be a fun time. Let's see. Hello to everybody who has been joining us. Hello, hello. So glad you are here. Had a shower and took Kiva out around the block. Love that. Now ready to read for the rest of the evening. What are you reading again, Ellie? I think you mentioned it in the last sprint. The Coppersmith Farmhouse. Hope you are enjoying it. Listening to my audiobook and working on some building drawings. Love that. Love a good audiobook while working on other things. Got some lunch, put dinner in the crock pot, and read a bit from The Naturals, currently at 50%. Is The Naturals I'm going to look it up. Is this the Jennifer Lynn Barnes young adult series? I think it's her who's the author of it. Yeah, is that the series that you're reading? Because if so, let me know your thoughts, because I have had that one on my TBR for a while. Let me know if this is the one that you're reading. I've heard it's wonderful. I know, it's very much a bummer. I think she was at her appointment and got called straight in while she was still there, so that is a bummer, but we'll get to see her next week, which is great. I may do live sprints on Thursday or Friday. Little puppy dog is getting fixed on Wednesday, so she's gonna be like down for the count, and I think like she'll just be sleeping and like laying around, hopefully, like so I can be around to do some live sprints after that, but I'm not quite sure yet how she'll be reacting to like being on meds and being all stitched up and whatnot. So we'll see if I do live sprints again before Monday, but hopefully I'll be able to, just so we can keep focusing on the Back to Kindle Readathon by Devney Perry. Literally only read 20 pages yesterday, so happy to get stuck in. Love that. I have yet to read a Devney Perry book, but I have heard she's wonderful. I do have 2 of her books on my shelf. I have Shield of Sparrows. I have an arc of that one that I have not read yet. Then I also have Crossroads. Oh, thank you. She wants to get down, but everyone say hi to Junie. Say hello. But so I have 2 books by her that I have yet to read, but I have heard such wonderful things. So eventually I will finally pick up something by her. I've heard really good things about the author, so I'm excited to try hers. I've not read her yet. Love that for you. As I was just saying before I even read your comment, I've also heard the best things, so I hope you do enjoy it. That's the one. I'm really enjoying it so far. It has grabbed me, and I'll probably finish today, even after sprints, if necessary. I love that. I've heard it's such a fun series. I really liked the Inheritance Games by Jennifer Lynn Barnes. I have yet to continue the series, but they're all on my shelf. Like the original trilogy is. I think she's done like spin-offs of that same universe after the first 3 books, but I will read them eventually. And also, I think the Naturals used to be on KU. If it's not any, like I hope it still is, but if not, it used to be on there. So I had borrowed it for a time, but I just never got around to it. But it is one that I'm interested in checking out for sure. I'm low-key jealous you've been able to get her done so quick. My vet made me wait till she had her first heat, and when I took her in, she had a phantom pregnancy, so I couldn't do it then either. Our breed specifically, there was no like specific timeline that you had to wait for. They just recommended like 6 months and older, so she is 6 months now. We have not yet had our first heat, and we're trying to avoid it just because we have diapers and stuff for her, like if for some reason like something happens the next 48 hours. But we were hoping we could be able to get her fixed before her first heat. But the thing is, she also has a ton of extra teeth right now because her teeth aren't falling out, and so she has her, I guess, adult teeth growing in over top her baby teeth. So she's got like multiple rows of teeth in some spots. So they have to pull teeth too, and then she also has extra claws that the vet has recommended getting removed. So it's kind of good that we're able to do all of this in one go while she's still little, because like they're gonna have to put her under, of course, for any one of these, so they might as well just knock them all out at once. So poor girl's gonna be going through it, probably gonna have little bandaged feet, and but her mouth will have a lot more room afterward because she'll have space for her big teeth to grow in. And yeah, so she's just gonna be going through it this week. Poor girl. But thankfully I'll be able to stay home with her and just hang out and be able to watch her. So she's now due the first week of July. So she better not be faking more pregnancies. She says hello. She's actually just fell asleep. She's really good now at putting herself to sleep when she's tired. Like I used to have to force her to sleep, whether it was in her crate or like wherever. But now when she's ready to go to sleep, she just lays down and goes to sleep, which is great. So she just put herself to sleep. So sometimes I have to check that she's still breathing because I get nervous. But she's good. I don't know. She's tired, I guess. Kiva has the extra claws too. She's getting those done too. Absolutely, she's gonna be loopy on the meds. Oh yeah, I'm anticipating it being a very fun time and sad time, but also maybe entertaining a little bit. But we'll see. So yeah, she's got to get all 3 of those things at once. So glad they're knocking them out at the same time, you know. So we will see how it goes. I don't know if she's gonna get much bigger than like 3.5 pounds, which is what she's at right now. So I don't know like if it would have mattered to wait until she was quote unquote bigger, because I don't think she's gonna get any bigger, unfortunately, but it's fine. Hopefully she'll be okay. We'll go ahead, y'all, and jump into our next sprint in 1 minute. We'll do 40 minutes this time, and then probably we'll see what the next sprint, what the dice say, but we'll either do 1 more sprint after this one or 2 more sprints, depending on what we end up getting. So we're going to go ahead and jump into our next sprint, and we will chat in just a little while after Ellie's comment right here. She'll probably be zonked out after that. Bless her, sleepy for days. She'll be absolutely perfect. I know, I'm excited. This is like the last big thing we need to do. It'll be a sore few days for her, but hopefully after that we'll get all the zoomies again and we can just go out and like take her places and just not have to like think about anything in terms of all of her shots are done and she can now take her flea tick and heartworm pills and all the surgeries are done and things like that. So we're almost there, and then it'll just be free sailing after that. So all right, y'all, next sprint starting now. Happy reading, and we will chat in 40 minutes. All right, y'all. That is another sprint done. Let me know how y'all did. I got to page 271 of Playing Hard to Age. Oops. So I've got about 35 pages left that I would like to read for the day. So I should be able to wrap that up during our next sprint. Very much enjoying it so far, though, and I'll definitely be pre-ordering more of this author's books before the convention in a few weeks. Before I go through y'all's comments about how you did, I'm going to go ahead and roll for our next sprint, and then this will determine if we do 1 or 2 more sprints before we wrap things up for the day. So let's see what our dice give us. 35, which is great. So we'll go ahead and we'll do 2 more sprints to wrap up today's session. For those of y'all who may be new to my sprints or newer, we do dice sprints some days we don't, but for every single digit is 5 minutes. And so 5 by 7 or 5 times 7 is 35, and we'll hit one of those sprints during our next session. So let me go ahead and change our timer really quickly. And we'll go ahead and do a 35-minute sprint next, and then we'll probably wrap things up with like a good 40-minute sprint to end things. I might not do a dice roll for our last one after this, but we will see. I have to show y'all the dog. 1 second, she's sleeping. She's snoozing on the chair. She was sitting on my lap during that whole sprint, and then I looked at the timer when I was trying to finish up my chapter, and it was like about to go off, so I had to like get up really quick, and I just threw her onto the chair, right? You keep snoozing? Yeah, she'll go back to sleep. I woke her up doing that. But yeah, let me know how y'all did if you have not yet. Had too many interruptions, so only listened to 2 chapters. At least you got something done, but I'm sorry you were being bothered. That's always the worst. I got a little reading done, but had to mess with my printer. Every time the power goes out, I have to reconfigure the whole thing. It is a nightmare. Ugh. I hate that for you. Hopefully you're able to get it figured out if you haven't yet. But yeah, that's very frustrating. I definitely get it though. We lost power for a few minutes the other day because of storms. I think it was because of storms. I don't know. We've had so many just weird things going on here, but I definitely understand that frustration. Got to 73%. Might finish it on the next sprint. Love that. I accidentally only read 2 pages, but I am locked in now. I swear. I believe you, Ellie. Hopefully this next sprint you'll be able to get a lot done. I think I'm going to go ahead and just keep focusing on my physical book at least for 1 more sprint, because I think that in 35 minutes I can read the last 35 pages that I need for my goal for today, which is 5 chapters. So hopefully I can read this much in 35 minutes. And if so, then I can check this off my to-do list for the day, which would be very, very nice. But because I do need to do meal prep or like dinner prep after or during our last sprint, we'll probably go ahead, as I already said, do 35 minutes now. We'll wrap it up with 1 more sprint. I might just pick the time, and then I'll probably shift y'all with me downstairs to the kitchen so I can start prepping potatoes for baked potatoes in a little while. I'm very excited about it. We were at a party a few weeks ago, and they had like a baked potato bar, which is like a very southern thing to do. So it was like baked potatoes and chicken, cheese, bacon bits, chives. I think it was chives, sour cream, butter, all the fixings, and it was really good. So now we're on a kick of doing like homemade baked potato bars with most of the same ingredients, and I add like vegetables and stuff too, but not like on my potato, but like on the side of my potato. And it's been so good. So we're doing that again this week for dinner most nights. So I just grabbed a bag of potatoes and I poached chicken like the first day of the week, and then all I gotta do is throw in the potatoes like for the consecutive days following. But it does take like an hour for them to cook in the oven, so I've got to be down there just to I like to keep an eye on it while it's going. So I'll shift y'all downstairs probably for our last sprint, but I get very excited for dinner right now because I do enjoy that meal a lot. We'll start our next sprint in 4 minutes, just so y'all know, but we'll do a little bit of a longer break again on this one. I swear, as well, printers always know when you need them and they just play up as soon as you do. I definitely agree with that. I used to have ours connected to Wi-Fi, but like we lost Wi-Fi once or like had to reset it, and so the Wi-Fi went away on the printer. So now I just every time I have to print something, I just plug it into my computer because that's like the easiest way for me to just like get it to actually work. So definitely understand the pain. It's always those technological things, you know. You wanna come here? And yes, it is very good. I love some baked potatoes, extra cheese always. I definitely agree. Big sour cream person too on the baked potatoes. That sounds amazing. We had twice baked potatoes the other day. I love that. I love all things potatoes, any form of potato. I'm here for whether it's sweet potato or a regular potato. I do enjoy that eating that any form of potato, so I will take it. But you wanna come here? She's woken up. She's just my baby. Did I wake you up? I so saw her. Oh, that's a big yawn. And y'all probably saw how many extra teeth she has in her mouth with her multiple rows of teeth that she's got going on right now. Hello. You go back to sleep? Would I start reading again? Y'all, I just treat her like my child if I'm being completely honest. She is my baby. You can lay here though, if you want. Say hi to people. No? Okay. Whew. That's intense. She is the real star of the show. It's not me anymore. But yeah, we'll go ahead and do 2 more sprints today, y'all. I don't think I've ever had sour cream on one now, so I have to try that. Is that like just fresh sour cream or like a sour cream dip? I just do sour cream straight up, like a little bit of butter, a little bit of just like a sour cream, like just a regular little jar of it, and then obviously the cheddar cheese has to go on top, but I really like it personally. She really is adorable. Well, thank you. She says thank you. Say thank you. No, she just wants to bite me, but we may need to go potty, honestly, if we don't go back to sleep. Oh. That was a crazy yawn. I don't know if y'all heard the sound that came out of her mouth. That was crazy. The best way to make mashed potatoes is to add cream cheese. I have heard that, and I definitely would not complain. I'm also a big cream cheese fan, and it goes great with anything and in anything. So I love that. I'll have to try it next time I make mashed potatoes to put that in. I don't think I've ever actually made them with cream cheese before, though. Sour cream is a must. Yes, I definitely think that you should, Ellie. Both butter and sour cream, cheese. I'm not a big bacon person. Sorry if anybody loves bacon. For some reason, every time I say that, like someone is like, "Oh my gosh, like how dare you?" I just don't like bacon, so I do not do that on my baked potatoes. But we probably need to go potty. Okay, we'll go potty during the sprint. Well, we're gonna go ahead and get started on the next sprint because I do think that she needs to go potty because we're getting really bitey. But 35 minutes this round, y'all, and we'll hop back in here for one more in just a few minutes. All right, let's go through these really fast. The biggest yawn. Yes, it's true. Bacon and some chives. I do love some good chives on my potatoes. I love bacon, but not on my taters. Definitely understand that. All right, y'all. Happy reading. We'll be back in a little bit, and we will chat some more then. right, everybody, that is another sprint done. Let me know how y'all did or what you did during that sprint. I did, in fact, finish my page reads for today. So I've got about 100 pages left of my book, which I'll wrap up tomorrow most likely. But I did reach my goal of getting to the 75% mark in this one, which I'm very happy about, which means that for the last sprint, I can move back to my Kindle book while I start working on getting dinner prepped. I do think that with that being said, we'll go ahead and wrap up sprints today with one more 40-minute sprint. So I'm not going to roll the dice. We can go ahead and start in just a couple of minutes to do our last one. But yeah, we'll just go ahead and end things on a 40-minute sprint for the day. Let me really quickly log or change the time on the countdown just so it's ready to go. Amy got to page 95 in Divorce Towers. Kimberly finished my book, 5 stars, loved it, logged it for ziplining and water activities. Love that. Definitely convincing me to pick that one up sooner rather than later. Let me know if you plan to continue the series. Ellie got to 7% and was surprised by a past timeline. Wasn't planning this read for that prompt, but happy to have gotten it. Honestly, love that for you. We love a good book that matches more prompts than we anticipate. I think I might go make dinner and do some menu planning. Oh, last sprint. I will hang out for that. Perfect. Yes, I'm also going to be prepping food and probably doing some laundry during this last sprint. So I'll take y'all downstairs with me and we'll just go ahead, honestly, and start it in about 2 minutes to wrap things up for the day. Stage and I will probably chat tonight when she gets home from work about which one of us wants to host on Monday. I'll see what she's thinking, and then we'll let y'all know in the Back to Kindle server. And then, of course, we'll pop up on our channels before we do go live. So feel free to keep an eye out for that. Yeah, otherwise, I'm feeling good personally about what I've been able to check off from my list today, y'all. I'm down to 3 more tasks to do before I have officially done everything I wanted to do today. So feel great about that. Just finished work, going to relax and read before the husband gets home with the kids. Love that. Monday, first work day of the week is over. I do plan to read the rest at some point. My TBR this month is pretty full. It's very fair. I think there's like 4 books in this series, I want to say. 3 or 4. I feel like all the potato talk is making me peckish. Go eat something. Although it is getting late for you, so I'm assuming you've already had dinner, but let us know what you might be eating if not. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I live by a good checklist every day. I'm currently using an app called Florit. You have to like pay for it to get like the pro things, but for all the ones I was looking at, it seemed to be the cheapest price. But it's like just a cute little aesthetic calendar. Um, so like I've got the calendar and I have my events and stuff, but then I can just make all my checklists. Yes, there's other apps and I could just use like a piece of paper, but it's kind of nice to have it all in like one place. Um, and syncing it between my laptop and my phone so I can like look at it from wherever I'm at. But anyway, I love a good checklist. Use one every day. So always feel good when I can check something off my list. You're right. It's only 10 p.m., so I may just have a little chocolate biscuit. Honestly, I say go for it. I always forget what your time zone is. So you're almost 6 hours or 6 hours ahead of me. So definitely getting late for you. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead and dive into our last sprint. I'm gonna start shifting y'all downstairs. I'm gonna do the dog first, I think, and then y'all end up downstairs in the kitchen with me. But last sprint for 40 minutes. Happy reading, happy productivity to anybody wrapping up their workday. And we'll chat in a little while. And yes, I do like it a lot. Yeah, it's been great so far. So use it daily. But we will chat one more time to wrap things up in 40 minutes. But for right now, enjoy relaxing, enjoy wrapping up the workday, and we'll chat in just a little while. All right, everybody, that was our final sprint for the day. Let me know how y'all did. I moved downstairs and got potatoes in the oven. My husband came home from work a little bit early because he had an appointment, so we're just gonna go ahead and hang out now, I guess, while we wait for the food to be done. But let me know how y'all did before I wrap things up. My goal is to finish both of my current reads tomorrow. I very much think it's possible after how motivating sprints were today and how much I was able to get done. So I'm hoping that this one will be easy to wrap up. I think my audiobook says I only have 2 hours and 45 minutes left at the speed I'm listening to it at. So it should be easy to wrap up within the next 24 hours or so. And then hopefully my physical read I can wrap up as well. So I'm very appreciative of the progress that I made today during these sprints. So thank y'all for coming out and hanging out with me. It's always a great time, and it's just very motivating to sit here in front of y'all and just get to all read together. Amy got to page 125 in Divorce Towers, got to 16%. Thank you so much for coming to hang out, Ellie. Going to make dinner and check on my garden. Hope you have a great time and a great rest of your evening. Spent the last sprint finishing my audiobook and doing some cleaning. Love that. Love that you were able to finish a book. That's wonderful. Well, I appreciate y'all so much. Keep an eye out for either Stasia or I having live sprints posted for next Monday as well. Not sure yet which channel it'll be on, but that will definitely be coming, so keep an eye out for that. But otherwise, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. Thank you all so much for hanging out, and hopefully I'll